as American literature. Now, let me explain. English 1 is called Survey of Literature. You get a smattering of everything. English 2 is usually specific to the American literature. English 3, usually specific to British or European literature. And English 4, world literature, Greek mythology, French, Russian, South American, whatever. When I was younger, 15 years old, Father Schuler gave me a handout. And he said, "This is your homework." And I said, "What am I supposed to do with this? There's no instruction." He said, "Yes, there is. You memorize it. And then you come tomorrow. And then you recite it at my podium." And I did what I was told. And it was The Raven by Edgar Allan Poe. Now, at this time, I'm not asking you to memorize all 148 lines of The Raven. That would be ridiculous. You would need far much more commitment and time. But if we all memorize the first 2 stanzas, then I could start to build upon the poem itself. And you will always have those stanzas to recite. So tell me what you think. The Raven by Edgar Allan Poe was written in 1845. And a lot of people have heard of it. Very few people know what it is. It's this very long stanza poem. Again, it's 148 lines. About a man who's tormented by a raven in a midnight storm that's so violent that the shutters are fluttering open. And this man had lost his love. Her name was Lenore. And this raven flies in through an open window in an old rickety mansion with cobwebs and starts saying, "Nevermore, nevermore," driving this man insane. Once upon a midnight dreary, while I pondered weak and weary over many a quaint and curious volume of forgotten lore, while I nodded, nearly napping, suddenly there came a tapping, as of someone gently rapping at my chamber door. "'Tis some visitor," I muttered, tapping at my chamber door. Only this, and nothing more. Ah, distinctly I remember, it was in the bleak December, and each separate dying ember wrought its ghost upon the floor. Eagerly I wished the morrow, vainly I had sought to borrow from my books surcease of sorrow, sorrow for the lost Lenore, for the rare and radiant maiden, whom the angels name Lenore, nameless here forevermore. I don't know how, see? Now, do you want to be able to do that before we part ways? Yes, no, maybe. Well, let's not give you a choice. Here's what you do. Okay? Okay? So, seeing as The Raven is one of the most popular poems in American literature, you just Google The Raven. It's going to come right up. Now, listen to me. If you're really interested in poetry, the best website for poetry in America is this link right here. It's called the Poetry Foundation. It specializes in American poetry, but I think it has world poetry, like Pablo Neruda from Chile and stuff like that. I have to have that confirmed. But this is a college website where college poetry professors from coast to coast decided to create a database of poetry with author biography. So if you click on it, it's one of the best websites in poetry. Now, how much there's black art? Oh, look at this. Here's the Beat Generation, Black Art Poetry, New York School. Oh, would you love this stuff? Oh, Mary Alder, Gerard Manley Hopkins. Oh, oh my God. Don't get me going. He's English. Take a look, fellas and ladies. We're not going to get there today because we're not going to study this, but this is something that you'll see in 2 years with Mr. Edwards. Look at this man. Got it? Got it. His name is Gerard Manley Hopkins. You won't know him for 2 years unless you go to that foundation and check this out. He was a priest in England, but he was also one of the greatest poets of England. England had great poets, and he wrote beautiful poetry. Oh, don't get me started. But one day when he was about 24 years old, he said, poetry is materialistic, and it's separating me from my prayers and my union with the Lord. So he did something astonishing. He burned all his poetry. And they're gone forever. He put it on a fire, folks. But then one of his other fellow priests said, your stuff's too good, and the Lord wants you to share it with others to inspire them. So he wrote more poetry. So some of his poems exist. Let's spin the poetry wheel. It can't just be Gatsby. Or it could. I just care about you so much, I want you to learn. All right, so here's what we'll do. We'll go to the Raven. Poem, poem, poem. Oh, come on. You know I just had it. I'll show you what you need to do. Okay. There's the Raven. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. I said 148, but it's 64 lines. I got to get my math right. What I want you to do is memorize the first 2 lines. I'll give you till Monday. Father Schuler assigned it to us on a Friday, and we had to recite it on a Monday. I locked myself up in my bedroom for about 45 minutes till I had the first verse thoroughly memorized, and then I memorized the second verse. You could do the whole thing in under an hour or so. You start reciting it to yourself. Now let's look. The poem itself, The Raven, is a narrative poem. It tells a story. So it is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 lines. Give me a second. Yeah, I was right the first time. It's 148 lines. I don't know why my math is so bad. Now, let me come back to you. I memorized all 148 lines. I've performed it on stage professionally in costume as Poe. I'm not asking you to do that. I did that over the course of many years. Now, for the record, if you want to memorize the whole poem, you can do it in a month. This poem is 18 stanzas. You memorize 1 stanza a day for 18 days. And then for 12 days, you keep reciting the stanzas in order until you can get all 18 stanzas in. It takes about 14, 15 minutes to read the whole poem out loud. The first time I memorized The Raven would be about, as a performer, was I think about 2011. So just not quite 10 years ago. And I did it on stage. I rented out a theater on Western Avenue at Fullerton. I dressed up like Poe. I'm sure there's a picture around here somewhere. I mean, I don't know what you really, I had my hair all dyed black, and I never recited it before publicly, and I didn't have any notes, but I did it. And once I did it, once I heard the roar of the crowd, then I got inspired, and then I would offer to do it at parties. I did it in front of Mr. Whip and the faculty on Halloween on Monday, October 31st of like 2013. I've read it for students. I've performed it on various stages. And get this, nobody ever gets this. You get this. If you're going to be associated with something, like when they think of something, they think of you, make it cool like Edgar Allan Poe. You ever been in my classroom? I got Edgar Allan Poe stickers. I got bats and ravens. I got a talking raven. I don't buy this stuff. I got raven. Oh my God. You want to see my raven t-shirt collection? People give it to me. Because, oh, when they're in the store, here, I'll make you, just don't do anything inappropriate. Teachers never should leave the classroom, but it's right here.
¿Qué onda, raza? ¿Cómo andamos hoy?
He left.
Oh,
Frozen.
all right, I'm doing teacher. All right.
I can hear that.
Oh, going away.
Oh no!
What's going on? Is everything okay?
Yes, everything is fine.
Who's that talking?
Peter.
Hey, Peter. So I'm going to give you a good example. I have some friends who just went down to New Orleans pre-COVID. It's, you know, young couple just wanted to get away. And they brought me a gift. They bought me a Raven t-shirt. I have many. This is like one of like 5 or 6 that I own. Why? Because they said, oh, Mr. Edwards, Raven, gotta buy it. Now I have this awesome t-shirt. That's Edgar Allan Poe. So here's what you want to do. Because you're young, you want to be known for something cool. So here's how we're going to start. Let's memorize the first 2 lines, and then I will take you in groups. I don't know, maybe we'll just do it in one long burst or something, because I would need to hear you recite it. If you can't mute it, if you can't unmute it, then, you know, whatever. I understand the complexities of remote learning, but you will feel such a sense of satisfaction. And then if I feel that you're committed, then I'll give you even better stuff. So let's look. And I'll start Gatsby at 11, and then we'll pause at 12 and see and recap. Okay, so the Raven. Once upon a midnight dreary, so it's midnight, while I pondered weak and weary. Look at my fingers. Once upon a midnight dreary, while I pondered weak and weary. 16 syllables. Every line is 16 syllables. So you have that cadence, that rhythm. It's called meter, that meter, M-E-T-E-R. So you're memorizing something that is highly structured and it rhymes. Okay? Okay, it's in octameter, which is a Roman style of poetry. It's late midnight. Once upon a midnight dreary, while I pondered weak and weary over many a quaint and curious volume of forgotten lore. He's reminiscing. While I nodded, nearly napping, suddenly there came a tapping. He's starting to doze off in his chair, but he hears a tapping at his window. He doesn't know what it is. It will later be revealed to be the raven's wing. As of someone gently rapping at my chamber door, a big heavy wood door with iron spikes and studs. It's an old mansion. "'Tis some visitor," I muttered, tapping at my chamber door. Only this and nothing more. He's wondering why he would get a late visitor at midnight in a bleak storm. Ah, distinctly I remember. It was in the bleak December. It's a cold, horrid December evening. And each separate dying ember wrought its ghost upon the floor. The embers from the fireplace, the red hot ash. Eagerly I wish the morrow. Oh, I wish tomorrow would come, because I'm very scared now. Vainly I had sought to borrow from my book surcease of sorrow. This confuses a lot of high school kids. Vainly I had sought to borrow from my books surcease of sorrow. I'm so lonely. I don't know what to do. There's a strange noise outside. It's midnight. It's December. It's cold out. Maybe I will get some surcease, means stop. Surcease, cease fire. Surcease of sorrow. Maybe from what? From where? From where? From my volumes of books. What Poe is saying, maybe I will stop being sorrowful or sad or scared if I open up a good book and have it in, I feel better when I have my book in my hand. A lot of people feel better when they have a Bible. So he's trying to find solace in his book. For the rare and radiant maiden whom the angels name Lenore, nameless here forevermore. His lost love, Lenore, died. His lost love, Lenore, died. And he's all alone with a strange tapping at his window, who will later be the raven. See, Mr. Edwards, how do I know I've thoroughly memorized the poem as opposed to just memorized it for the assignment and then I forget it tomorrow? Or I'm cheating, or I know you don't cheat, but you know what I'm saying. Well, if you can do this, then you own Poe. Then you will be a master of Poe. Once upon a midnight dreary, while I pondered weak and weary over many a quaint and curious volume of forgotten lore, while I nodded nearly napping, suddenly there came a tapping, as of someone gently rapping at my chamber door. "'Tis some visitor," I muttered, tapping at my chamber door, only this and nothing more. Distinctly I remember, it was in the bleak December, and each separate dying ember wrought its ghost upon the floor. Eagerly I wished tomorrow, vainly I sought to borrow from my book surcease of sorrow for the lost Lenore, for the rare and radiant maiden whom the angels named Lenore, nameless here forevermore. I don't have any notes. I'm looking at you. You gotta memorize it. You can only memorize it if you own it. Now, Mr. Edwards, I suck at memorizing poetry. So do I. So do I. That's why it requires hard work. Ooh, you just inspired me. Rosalind, that you read the poem in 8th grade. Whoever that teacher is, he or she or he deserves Teacher of the Year. Now I'm inspired. So here's what we're going to do. I got a plan. I just needed to formulate it. Remember I said we were going to add poetry? I thought I would do it next week, but we at some point we're going to be like, damn, we're out of time. Time flies. Okay, I got to do a lot more teaching here. I apologize. Every day, the Raven is 18 stanzas. We'll take 2 stanzas a day for 9 days, starting today. So we'll be done in 9 class periods. And we start class at 9:30, 30 minutes on the Raven. You'll have the whole thing laid out. It's one of the most complicated poems ever written. Now, I want you to memorize the first 2 lines. My bad, the first 2 stanzas. So here's what we'll do. I'll take the Raven, and then I'll tell you some cool stuff about Poe. Because Rosalind seems to have studied him. I'll take the Raven. I'll copy it. I'll put it in Google Classroom. Hold on, pause. Mr. Edwards, I'm impressed. And I did not plan this. I did not plan this. Mr. Edwards, there's a huge raging debate in this country about removing monuments because of the Confederate generals and slavery. You have a monument on your desktop. Oh, I do, right. It's a golden woman holding up liberty and freedom. It's a golden woman holding up liberty and freedom. Should we keep that one? Let's keep that one. Oh, Miss Redwoods, where is that? City of Chicago, 63rd Street. If you know where the lake is, you just walk the 63rd and the lake and you'll see it. Little place I like to call Jackson Park. All right, so let's go to Google Classroom. Lady Liberty. And let's post that. Memorize this poem for Monday, July 13th for recital. There you go. Here's what we'll do. And then I got 1 minute. There's some literature, poetry that if I don't teach you, I'm going to feel incomplete because I'll know that you don't know. And that's going to bother me. It's going to haunt me like this raven haunts Poe. So let's get serious. Why Poe? I don't know, ask Father Schuler. But I have made, not only, like I said, a reputation based on Poe, but I've become somewhat of a scholar on Poe because I find it so fascinating. His life was so fascinating. I'm going to give you some background. Now, Miss Ritter, should we do a project here? Of course we should, but we got Black Lives Matter going. We've got Gatsby going. We're going to start to get roadblocked. We're going to be in a traffic jam. Knowing that I will be your teacher no matter what in the future for a whole calendar year, let's breathe and let's say if we don't get it all in, we'll get it in next year. We'll get it in the fall. Edgar Allan Poe is like Jim Morrison of the Doors or Kurt Cobain or Tupac Shakur or Elvis or Michael Jackson. A character, what they call enigmatic. I can't get into the vocab now. Mysterious. The cause of their death is still basically unknown, and how they were tortured in their own lives. These men, and they were. I guess there's some women will be there too. We're gonna get to some women later. Am I gonna?
Sorry, Mr.
Go ahead.
Isn't it supposed to say that like Edgar Allan Poe died mysteriously? He was homeless for most of his life, and like his first wife or something like that, she died weird too. In real life, he had like a terrible childhood.
90% correct. All right, here's what everybody get out their notes, and you can research on your own. Maybe this will be our second project after Black Lives Matter, but that means you'd have to do one step at a time. Edgar Allan Poe's childhood was tortuous. Now let's get this straight. This is fascinating. Edgar Allan Poe was actually born in England to performers. His mother, Elizabeth Poe, and his father, David Poe, were famous theatrical performers and singers and dancers. And they were in troupes. They were in like vaudevillian troupes and old historic theater and live performance. His father, a fierce alcoholic, abandoned him when he was like 2. Poe was still in diapers when his father fled, abandoned, and died. His mother died of disease when he was 4. He was orphaned. His mother, Elizabeth, who adored him, she used to bring him to the stage and everybody would, admire the young baby. She died when he was 4. he was sent to an orphanage. You don't even want to know anything about the orphanages back then. Cesspools of ridicule and humiliation. The theater troupe that his mother belonged to started to sponsor this young baby so it would have some means. They set up like a trust. And I'm not exactly sure the age, but when he was still a very young boy, he was adopted by a wealthy merchant named Alan. His name was Edgar Poe. He never signed a single document in his life, anything but Edgar Poe. He was adopted by Alan. His name became Edgar Allan Poe. But he hated his stepfather, and so he would never acknowledge his new name. He just hit delete. Now, why? Poe's adopted family, the Allens, which takes us now to Virginia, back to America. They were tobacco farmers. They grew tobacco. People smoked. We know they get cancer and die. I don't smoke. I promise you. Neither should you. Everybody in Gatsby smokes, including Nick. His father raised him viciously. They would argue incessantly. You bum, go get a job. Where's my bottle? He essentially ran away from home. And he was a writer, and he wrote 4 literary magazines and journals and newspapers. He spent time all over the East Coast, Virginia, Boston, Baltimore, New York. I believe he died in New York. He died in 1849. Here's how you remember it. It's the Mr. Edwards system. Here's how you remember Poe. Like, watch this magic trick. You all have combination locks at school? 6, 16, 11. This is the combination to unlocking Poe. 1809, 1845, 1849. To the left, two to the right, 1809, the year he was born, the same year as Abraham Lincoln. 1 to the left, 1845, the year he wrote his masterpiece, The Raven. And 1 to the right, 1849, the year he perished and died into immortality. That's right, he died when he was 40 years old. Now, I forget who said it, but his first wife died. Her name was Virginia Clem. Now, I know some of you know this, and you probably heard the stories. Is it true he married his 13-year-old cousin? Yes, but back then it was more acceptable. They didn't have the same concepts of right and wrong and morality and, now you have to be at least 18 kind of mentality. He fell in love with his cousin. He was deeply in love with her. He had a doting mother, and he had a doting wife. And both his wife and his mother died in the same year. Could you imagine that? I see it happen very rarely, but I had a neighbor, Maria. She was Polish. She had since moved back to Poland for retirement, and she turned into her 80s. And I tried to help her. I'd shovel her snow and rake her leaves. And fix her clock radio when the power went out. But her husband and her son both passed away, cancer within several months of each other. And she was just left alone. And then I felt so bad. And my wife and I tried to help her. I mean, what a blow. Here's my point. It's like Mr. Edwards' Poe was so dark. Mr. Edwards' Poe is so introspective. He's known for, and he writes horror stories about people that are terrified because he had such a rough life. His two loves died literally in like the same season. Yeah, that's a lot to absorb. And he was, see, a lot of people think he was this fierce alcoholic. He was labeled a dipsomaniac. The disease is called delirium tremens. That is the Roman word for shaking. The medical term for it in the 19th century is called dipsomania. And we call it alcoholism. It's like the one word I can't spell. Poe was often referred to as a dipsomaniac who had delirium tremens. These are medical terms. One is from the Latin. That means shaking hands. Your hands shake when you drink too much. But that's not entirely true. He had a feud with a literary critic who was named Griswold. And when Poe died, this literary critic, which had access to many front page newspapers, started to bash Poe's reputation and said, drunk loser poet dies. That's sort of a mythology, but I'm sure he drank way too much anyway. Getting back to what one of you said, and then we have to go to Gatsby. I'm fascinated with mysterious death. I love forensics. I actually try to teach whole courses with forensic units. We could talk for days about that. I have forensics units that if I showed you, you'd be, oh my God. You'd be, oh my God. I just can't do it right now. He was found wandering the streets of, I believe it was New York City. It could have been Boston. I don't know. It's July. He was wandering the streets at 11 p.m. at night, mumbling to himself. And then he died, literally, on the street. There's some evidence he was coming from a tavern, a bar. Now, there are dozens of theories of his death. One includes assassination, that he was assassinated for his political beliefs by an opposing party. That's a very well-documented case. I'm not trying to do conspiracy theory, young people. I don't do conspiracy theory. I will say, if you're into it, if you're into conspiracy theory, you need to Netflix Bob Lazar today. Area 51. It's mind-numbing. Mind-numbing. Bob Lazar, Lazar. You heard it here first. We're done. The three major theories of Poe's death was that he was assassinated, bit by a rabid dog because of certain marks and salivation on his body, and of course some sort of overdose or alcohol poisoning. I think the internet and all of its websites, I think at some point when I did my Poe lesson 2 years ago, I think the seniors I taught identified 13 different conspiracy theories for Poe's death on the internet. That's a lot. But we'll never know. And then, yes, you're right. Last tidbit, he did attend briefly the United States Military Academy at West Point. He did get kicked out of West Point. And then West Point removed his memory because they were embarrassed by his reputation at that time. And this is a mythology. There's nobody on earth who could prove this. But the popular culture, the popular myth, the story, the legend is that Poe just couldn't conform to West Point because look at him, he's so radical. He's an independent, fierce poet. Just didn't want to wear the uniform. And so he had to figure out a way to get kicked out because it's very hard to get kicked out of the Army. And so the theory, it's never been proven. And don't say that it's fact, but the theory is that he showed up to formation butt naked. And then they're like, you're crazy. And he's like, hey, gotta go. So the theory is he came to formation naked. Don't you do that. Because Colonel Chitterbuck would, don't you, no, that's me, no. I would lose my job. But that's the theory. All right, I'm going to come to the, wait, hold on. Somebody making a, let's not get snarky. I teach mature children. What did he say? Oh, that's me. I'm on that. So memorize the Raven and we'll have some fun with it. I just didn't, the bottom line is there's so much I want you to do. We got to start somewhere. All right, let's go to Gatsby. Chapter 4. So we just had Gatsby's party. And it's the next day. He's supposed to go hydroplaning with Nick in his fancy helicopter, 1922. Chapter 4. Got to mark the page numbers better. Because if I could just go to the page number, it's going to be like 40-something, wait, 3. Am I passing it? Come on, chapter 4. We're looking for you. Please, chapter 4. It's warm in here. There you go. Page 66. So back to Nick Carraway. I'm going to have a sip of coffee. We'll read for 40 minutes, and at 11 o'clock, we will recap. And don't forget, I still have to assign the presentations for Black Lives Matter. I don't forget. One Sunday morning while church bells rang in the villages along shore, the world and its mistress returned to Gatsby's house and twinkled hilariously on his lawn. He's a bootlegger, said the young ladies, moving somewhere between his cocktails and his flowers. One time he killed a man who had found out that he was the nephew to von Hindenburg and second cousin to the devil. Reach me a rose, honey, and pour me a last drop in that crystal glass. Once I wrote down on the empty spaces of a timetable the names of those who came to Gatsby's house. Oh, you're going to love this. This is a list of invitees. By the way, they're all real people. You could Google every single one of them, and they are original millionaires of American wealth. You would be mind-boggled. No talking. Once I wrote down on the empty spaces of a timetable the names of those who came to Gatsby's house that summer. It's an old-time table now, disintegrating in its folds and headed. This schedule in effect July 5th, 1922. But I can still read the gray names, and they will give you a better impression than my generalities of those who accepted Gatsby's hospitality and paid him the subtle tribute of knowing nothing whatever about him. From East Egg, then, came the Chester Bakers and the Leaches and a man named Bunsen, whom I knew at Yale, and Dr. Webster Savett, who was drowned last summer up in Maine, and the Hornbeams and Willie Voltaires and a whole clan named Blackbuck, who always gathered in a corner and flipped up their noses like goats at whosoever came near, and the Ismays and the Christies, or rather Herbert Auerbach and Mr. Christie's wife, and Edgar Beaver, whose hair, they say, turned cotton white one winter afternoon for no good reason at all. Clarence Endive was from East Egg, as I remember. He came only once in white knickerbockers and had a fight with a bum named Eddie in the garden. From farther out on the island came the Cheadles and the ORP Schraders and Stonewall Jackson Abrams of Georgia, and the Fish Guards and the Ripley Snells. Snell was there 3 days before he went to the penitentiary, so drunk out on the gravel drive that Mrs. Ulysses Sweat's automobile ran over his right hand. The Dancies came too, and S.B. Whitebait, who was well over 60, and Maurice A. Flink, and the Hammerheads, and Beluga the tobacco importer, and the Beluga Girls. From West Egg came the Poles and the Mulreadys and Cecil Roebuck and Cecil Schoen and Gulick, the state senator, and Newton Orchid, who controlled films par excellence, and Eckhost and Clyde Cohen and Don S. Schwartz, the Sun and Arthur McCarty, all connected with the movies in one way or another, and the Catlips and the Bembergs and G. Earl Muldoon, brother to that Muldoon who afterwards strangled his wife. Da Fontano, the promoter, came there, and Ed Legros and James B. Rotgut Ferret and the DeJongs and Ernest Lilly. They came to gamble, and when Ferret wandered into the garden, it meant he was cleaned out, and Associated Traction would have to fluctuate profitably the next day. A man named Klipspringer, don't forget Klipspringer, he's coming back later. A man named Klipspringer was there so often and so long that he became known as the Boarder. I doubt if he had any other home. I'm going to come back to you. My bad. I absolutely love that. Klipspringer. The guy goes to so many parties at Gatsby's that he moves into Gatsby's house. He becomes a housemate. He becomes a boarder. He's like, I just think I'll stay. I think we later find out he lives in Gatsby's library. He's like sleeping under the couch. Of theatrical people, these are all real people. Of theatrical people, there were Gus Ways and Horace O'Donovan and Lester Meyer and George Duckweed and Francis Bull. Also from New York were the Chromes and the Backheisens and the Denekers and Russell Beatty and the Corrigans and the Kelleher's and the Dewars and the Scullies and S.W. Belcher and the Smirks and the Young Quins, divorced now, and Henry L. Palmetto, who killed himself by jumping in front of a subway train in Times Square. Sorry about that. Benny McClanahan arrived always with 4 girls. They were never quite the same ones in physical person, but they were so identical one with another that it inevitably seemed they had been there before. I have forgotten their names. Jacqueline, I think, or else Consuela, or Gloria, or Judy, or June. And their last names were either the melodious names of flowers and months or the sterner ones of the great American capitalists, whose cousins, if pressed, they would confess themselves to be. In addition to all these, I can remember that Faustina O'Brien came there at least once, and the Baedeker girls, and young Brewer, who had his nose shot off in the war, and Mr. Albruxberger, and Miss Haig, his fiancée, and Ardita Fitzpeters, and Mr. P. Jewett, once head of the American Legion, and Miss Claudia Hip, with a man reputed to be her chauffeur, and a prince of something whom we called Duke, and whose name, if I ever knew it, I have forgotten. All these people came to Gatsby's house in the summer. At 9 o'clock one morning late in July, Gatsby's gorgeous car lurched up the rocky drive to my door and gave out a burst of melody from its 3-noted horn. It was the first time he had called on me, though I had gone to two of his parties, mounted in his hydroplane, and in his urgent invitation made frequent use of his beach. Good morning, old sport. You're having lunch with me today, and I thought we'd ride up together. He was balancing himself on the dashboard of his car with that resourcefulness of movement that is so peculiarly American, that comes, I suppose, with the absence of lifting work or rigid sitting in youth, and even more with the quality, the formless grace of our nervous, sporadic games. The quality was continually breaking through his punctilious manner in the shape of restlessness. He was never quite still. There was always a tapping foot somewhere, or the impatient opening and closing of a hand. This is going to be a running theme throughout Gatsby. He's always nervous. He's just always sensing like impending doom. He's got full of anxiety. He saw me looking with admiration at his car. It's pretty, isn't it, old sport? He jumped off to give me a better view. Haven't you ever seen it before? Gatsby drives this. That's what Gatsby's driving. That's what Gatsby's driving. His car is yellow with green interior. But he's driving this. It's a nice car. Oh, back to Gatsby. It's pretty, isn't it, old sport? He jumped off to give me a... Oh. You know, I'm working on that. Have you ever seen it before? I'd seen it. Everybody had seen it. It was a rich cream color, bright with nickel, swollen here and there in its monstrous length with triumphant hat boxes and supper boxes and tool boxes, and terraced with a labyrinth of windshields that mirrored a dozen suns, sitting down behind many layers of glass in a sort of green leather conservatory we started to town. Oh, I don't know why I'm off my scroll today. All right, let's get serious. I had talked with him perhaps half a dozen times in the past month and found to my disappointment that he had little to say. So my first impression that he was a person of some unidentified consequence had gradually faded, and he had become simply the proprietor of an elaborate roadhouse next door. And then came that disconcerting ride. We hadn't reached West Egg Village before Gatsby began leaving his elegant sentences unfinished and slapping himself indecisively on the knee of his caramel-colored suit. He's got some nice suits. Look here, old sport, he broke out surprisingly. What's your opinion of me anyhow? A little overwhelmed, I began the generalized evasions which that question deserves. Well, I'm going to tell you something about my life, he interrupted. I don't want you to get a wrong idea of me from all these stories you hear. So he was aware of the bizarre accusations that flavored conversations in his halls. I'll tell you God's truth. His right hand suddenly ordered divine retribution to stand by. I am the son of some wealthy people in the Middle West, all dead now. I was brought up in America, but educated at Oxford because all my ancestors have been educated there for many years. It is a family tradition. He looked at me sideways, and I knew why Jordan Baker had believed he was lying. He hurried the phrases educated at Oxford or swallowed it or choked on it as thought it had bothered him before. And with this doubt, his whole statement fell to pieces, and I wondered if there wasn't something a little sinister about him after all. What part of the Middle West? I inquired casually. San Francisco. Gatsby's actually claiming to be from San Francisco. But he may be lying. I see. I'm going to have a sip of coffee. My family all died, and I came into a good deal of money. Okay. Scroll challenged. Hold on. I'm not scrolling too good right now. Oh. I don't know what my scroll just kind of went. I got these pop-ups. It's really not me. I'm getting these pop-ups that are screwing up my scroll. Boy, I'm way behind now. We were on page 66, 67. Yeah, there it is. Class, that was not me. I got a pop-up. City Colleges of Chicago. His voice was solemn, as if the memory of that sudden extinction of a clan still haunted him. For a moment, I suspected he was pulling my leg, but a glance at him convinced me otherwise. After that, I lived like a young Raja in all the capitals of Europe, Paris, Venice, Rome, collecting jewels, chiefly rubies, hunting big game, painting a little, things for myself only, and trying to forget something very sad that happened to me long ago. With an effort, I managed to restrain my incredulous laughter. The very phrases were so worn, so threadbare, that they evoked no image except that of a turbaned character, leaking sawdust at every pore, as he pursued a tiger through the Bois de Boulogne. Then came the war, old sport. It was a great relief, and I tried very hard to die. But I seemed to bear an enchanted life. I accepted a commission as first lieutenant when it began in the Argonne Forest. I took 2 machine gun detachments so far forward that there was a half-mile gap on either side of us where the infantry couldn't advance. We stayed there 2 days and 2 nights, 130 men with 16 Lewis guns. And when the infantry came up at last, they found the insignia of 3 German divisions among the piles of dead. I was promoted to a major, and every Allied government gave me a decoration, even Montenegro, little Montenegro, down on the Adriatic Sea. Major J. Gatsby, war hero. Little Montenegro. He lifted up the words and nodded at them with his smile. The smile comprehended Montenegro's troubled history and sympathized with the bizarre struggles of the Montenegrin people. It appreciated fully the chain of national circumstances which had elicited from this tribute Montenegro's warm little heart. My incredulity was submerged in fascination now. It was like skimming hastily through a dozen magazines. He reached in his pocket, and a piece of metal slung on a ribbon fell into my palm. This is his war medal. That's the one from Montenegro. To my astonishment, the thing had an authentic look. Ordere di Danilo, ran the circular legend. Montenegro Nicholas Rex. Turn it. This is the English translation. Major J. Gatsby, for valor extraordinary. Here's another thing I always carry, a souvenir of Oxford days. It was taken in Trinity Quad. The man on my left is now the Earl of Dorchester. It was a photograph of half a dozen young men in blazers loafing in an archway through which there were visible a host of spires. There was Gatsby looking a little, not much younger, with a cricket bat in his hand. Then it was all true. I saw the skins of tigers flaming in his palace on the Grand Canal. I saw him opening a chest of rubies to ease with their crimson lighted depths, the gnawings of his broken heart. I'm going to make a big request of you today, he said, pocketing his silver souvenirs with satisfaction. So I thought you ought to know something about me. I didn't want you to think I was just some nobody, you see. I usually find myself among strangers because I drift here and there trying to forget the sad thing that happened to me. He hesitated. He'll hear about it this afternoon. At lunch? No, this afternoon. I happened to find out that you're taking Miss Baker to tea. Do you mean you're in love with Miss Baker? See, Nick's not understanding. Gatsby wants Nick's attention in an afternoon meeting or luncheon, and he knows that Nick's having lunch with Baker and Gatsby, and Nick thinks Gatsby likes Baker, but he's way off. No, old sport, I'm not, but Miss Baker has kindly consented to speak to you about this matter. Here's all you need to know right now. Gatsby wants something from Nick. Gatsby wants something from Nick. I hadn't the faintest idea what this matter was, but I was more annoyed than interested. I hadn't asked Jordan to tea in order to discuss Mr. J. Gatsby. I was sure the request would be something utterly fantastic, and for a moment I was sorry I'd ever set foot upon his overpopulated lawn. He wouldn't say another word. His correctness grew on him as we neared the city. We passed Port Roosevelt, where there was a glimpse of red-belted ocean-going ships, and sped along a cobbled slum lined with the dark, undeserted saloons of the faded gilt 1900s. Then the Valley of Ashes opened out on both sides of us, and I had a glimpse of Mrs. Wilson straining at the garage pump with panting vitality as we went by. With fenders spread like wings, we scattered light through half Astoria, only half, for as we twisted among the pillars of the elevated, I heard the familiar jug spat of a motorcycle, and the frantic policeman rode alongside. All right, old sport, called Gatsby. We slowed down. Recap. These are important notes, so get them in your notes. One, Gatsby wants something of Nick. He wants a favor from Nick. And Nick's like, oh, I didn't get into all of this for you to start hitting me up for favors. Two, Gatsby knows he's a man of mystery. So he tries to tell Nick what he believes to be an honest tale of his growing up and his distinguished record as a major in the American Army during World War I. Three, they're about to get pulled over by a uniformed police officer in a motorcycle for speeding. Taking a white card from his wallet, he waved it before the police officer's eyes. Right you are, agreed the policeman, tipping his cap. Knew you next time, Mr. Gatsby, excuse me. What was that, I inquired. The picture of Oxford? I was able to do the commissioner a favor once, and he sends me a Christmas card every year. Over the Great Bridge with the sunlight, Gatsby flashed a card and got out of the ticket because he has high connections in high places. Over the Great Bridge with the sunlight through the girders making a constant flicker upon the moving cars, with the city rising up across the river in white heaps and sugar lumps all built with a wish out of non-olfactory money, the city seen from the Queensboro Bridge is always the city seen for the first time, in its first wild promise of all the mystery and the beauty in the world. Don't ever be confused. The city is New York City. A dead man passed us in a hearse heaped with blooms, followed by 2 carriages with drawn blinds and by more cheerful carriages for friends. The friends looked out at us with tragic eyes and short upper lips of southeastern Europe, and I was glad that the sight of Gatsby's splendid car was included in their somber holiday. As we crossed Blackwell's Island, a limousine passed us, driven by a white chauffeur in which sat 3 modish, 2 bucks and a girl. I laughed aloud as the yolks of their eyeballs rolled toward us in haughty rivalry. Anything can happen now. That's why we've slid over this bridge, I thought, anything at all. Even Gatsby could happen without any particular wonder. Roaring noon in a well-fanned 42nd Street cellar, I met Gatsby for lunch. Blinking away the brightness of the street, outside my eyes, picked him out obscurely in the anteroom, talking to another man. So we're in a cafe in New York City, in a lunch meeting with Gatsby, Nick, and a man who's going to be introduced now. Mr. Carraway, this is my friend, Mr. Wolfsheim. A small, flat-nosed Jew raised his large head and regarded me with 2 fine growths of hair with luxuriated in either nostril. After a moment, I discovered his tiny eyes in the half-darkness. So I took one look at him, said Mr. Wolfsheim, shaking my hand earnestly. And what do you think I did? What? I inquired politely, but evidently he was not addressing me, for he dropped my hand and covered Gatsby with his expressive nose. I handed the money to Catspaw, and I said, all right, Catspaw, don't pay him a penny till he shuts his mouth. He shut it then and there. Gatsby took an arm of each of us and moved forward in the restaurant. Whereupon Mr. Wolfsheim swallowed a new sentence he was starting and lapsed into a somnambulatory abstraction. Highballs? Asked the head waiter. This is a nice restaurant here, said Mr. Wolfsheim, looking at the Presbyterian nymphs on the ceiling, but I like it across the street better. Yes, highballs, agreed Gatsby, and then to Mr. Wolfsheim, it's too hot over there. Hot and small. Yes, said Mr. Wolfsheim, but full of memories. What place is this, I asked? The old Metropole. That's the old Metropole Hotel in New York City. Just taking a break. The old metropole, brooded Mr. Wolfsheim gloomily, filled with faces dead and gone, filled with friends gone now forever. I can't forget so long as I lived the night they shot Rosie Rosenthal there. There was 6 of us at the table, and Rosie had eat and drunk a lot all evening. When it was almost morning, the waiter came up to him with a funny look and says, somebody wants to speak to him outside. All right, says Rosie, and begins to get up, and I pulled him down in the chair. Let the bastards come in here if they want you, Rosie. But don't you, so help me, move outside this room. It was 4 o'clock in the morning then, and if we'd been have raised the blinds, we'd have seen daylight. Did he go? I asked innocently. Sure he went. Mr. Wolfsheim, his nose flattened at me indignantly. He turned around in the door and says, don't let the waiter take away my coffee. Then he went out on the sidewalk and they shot him 3 times in his full belly and drove away. Old school New York City mob hit. 4 of them were electrocuted, I said, remembering. 5 with Becker. His nostrils turned to me in an interested way. I understand you're looking for a business connection. That's his way of saying business connection. The juxtaposition of these 2 remarks was startling. Gatsby answered for me. Oh, no, this isn't the man. See, Wolfsheim, I don't know why I'm saying that. It's Wolfsheim thinks that Nick is a fellow gangster. If you don't get the impression that Arnold Wolfsheim is a gangster, we need to start over. These are gangsters. Somebody just got shot in the street. Oh, no, this isn't the man. No, Mr. Wolfsheim seemed disappointed. This is just a friend. You know, stop telling this guy mob secrets. I told you we talk about that other thing some other time. I beg your pardon, said Mr. Wolfsheim. I had a wrong man. I thought you were a hitman for the mob. You're just the neighbor. Oh, that one's too good. I can't let that one go. I thought you were a hitman for the mob. Oh, you're just the neighbor. Cancel your contract. A succulent hash arrived, and Mr. Wolfsheim, forgetting the more sentimental atmosphere of the old metropole, began to eat with ferocious delicacy. His eyes, meanwhile, roved very slowly all around the room. He completed the arc by turning to inspect the people directly behind. I think that except for my presence, he would have taken one short glance behind our own table. Look here, old sport, said Gatsby, leaning toward me. I'm afraid I made you a little angry this morning in the car. It was that smile again, but this time I held out against it. This is Nick. I don't like mysteries. And I don't understand why you won't come out frankly and tell me what you want. What has all this got to do with Miss Baker? Oh, it's nothing underhand, Gatsby assured me. Miss Baker's a great sportswoman, you know. She'd never do anything that wasn't all right. Suddenly he looked at his watch, jumped up, and hurried from the room, leaving me with Mr. Wolfsheim at the table. He has no telephone. He has to telephone, said Mr. Wolfsheim, following him with his eyes. Fine fellow, isn't he? Handsome to look at. A perfect gentleman. Yes, he's an Oxford man. Oh. He went to Oxford College in England. You know Oxford? I've heard of it. See, it's your turn to go to Oxford. I don't know why. But something compelled me to want to go study at Oxford College in England. It's one of the oldest universities in the world. Oxford is a title of a huge, the word Oxford, Oxford, England, the town, houses dozens of colleges. They are all little colleges that call themselves Oxford. It's very complicated. It's not like America. I went to Worcester College. It's the oldest college in Oxford. It was their literature college, where I studied with Dr. David Bradshaw on scholarship. I'm telling you the truth. And I'm gonna make a testimony now is my point. I'm like Gatsby. Hey, here's my medal from Montenegro. For teachers, I was already a teacher. I got a summer scholarship. Every 5 years, accredited teachers are eligible to apply for a summer scholarship in their discipline, literature. Actually, I don't know. I think it's only literature. I don't know if other like science does it. I don't know that. Every 5 years, Oxford allows about 16 teachers from around the world to come for free tuition and housing. Free. I had to pay for my air ticket. They put me in a little apartment, fed me 3 squares a day. I lived in the same housing as Lewis Carroll, who wrote Alice in Wonderland. And I saw the rabbit hole. You have no idea. There's the rabbit hole. I could show you a picture. When I was eligible for the scholarship, it was like 2010, 10 years ago. I spent almost a whole year filling out the application and writing my cover letter and my essay, why I want to go. I had a bunch of Phoenix teachers peer review it. And I said to myself, I had to submit in like February. And I said, it's not good enough. Because you're only eligible every 5 years. If you get rejected, you have to wait 5 more years. So I didn't send in my application. Because I didn't think, I'm like, I don't know if I'd accept that. I don't think I have, something's missing, or I don't have I'm not ready, or whatever. I don't know. So then 2011, I spent almost a whole nother year reapplying. And then I said, I had to write like 7 essays. I had to pre-read. There was like a 21 book reading list. Most of the books I'd already read. Some I hadn't. But you had to pre-read 21 novels, including Shakespearean plays. Alice in Wonderland was on the list. Frankenstein by Mary Shelley. All the Shakespearean plays, Macbeth. I downloaded all of them to a central. At that time, I had one of those Barnes and Noble's Kindle, and I just reread everything over the course of months. Then I'm like, now I'm ready. And I passed all the tests and the interviews, and they accepted me. Man, we're talking like $25,000 worth of goods and services. They put me up in an apartment with a kitchenette, and I had a maid service. And every morning we'd have formal breakfast, and we'd have huge baked roast for dinner. And it was unbelievable. We had class all day, and Dr. David Bradshaw would lecture to us, and we'd go home and do homework, small breakout sessions. It was unbelievable. So, Mr. Edwards, what's the point of the story? Well, if it's good enough for Gatsby, and it's good enough for me, it's good enough for you. Know that there exists universities in parts of the world. And just know this, I spent 2 years going to one. Okay? Good things come to those who wait, and your effort will be rewarded if you do the job right. Go explore the world. Work it through this pandemic. Okay? I get we have to wait 1.5 years, maybe 2. It will be a thing of the past. And then you go explore the world. If your parents say it's okay. I've heard of it. It's one of the most famous colleges in the world. Have you known Gatsby for a long time? Several years, he answered in a gratified way. I made the pleasure of his acquaintance just after the war, but I knew I had discovered a man of fine breeding after I talked with him for an hour. I said to myself, there's the kind of man you like to take home and introduce to your mother and sister. He paused. I see you're looking at my cuff buttons, his cufflinks. I had been looking at them, but I did not know. They were composed of oddly familiar pieces of ivory. Fine specimens of human molars, he informed me. Yeah, that one I can't explain. Meyer Wolfsheim's cufflink are the teeth of dead men. Well, I inspected them. That's very interesting. He flipped his sleeves up under his coat. Yeah, Gatsby's very careful about women. He would never so much as look at as a friend's wife. When the subject of this instinctive trust returned to the table and sat down, Mr. Wolfsheim drank his coffee with a jerk and got to his feet. I've enjoyed my lunch, he said, and I'm going to run off from you two young men before I ought to stay my welcome. During hurry, Meyer said to Gatsby without enthusiasm. Mr. Wolfsheim raised his hand in a sort of benediction. You're very polite, but I belong to another generation, he announced solemnly. You sit here and discuss your sports and your young ladies and your whatever. He supplied an imaginary noun, which another wave of his hand. As for me, I am 50 years old, and I won't impose myself on you any longer. As he shook hands and turned away, his tragic nose was trembling. I wonder if I had said anything to offend him. He becomes very sentimental sometimes, explained Gatsby. This is one of his sentimental days. He's quite a character around New York, a denizen of Broadway. Who is he anyhow? An actor? No. A dentist? Because of the teeth? No. Meyer Wolfsheim? No. He's a gambler. Gatsby hesitated, then added coolly, he's the man who fixed the World Series back in 1919. Now you're busted. I've been teaching at Phoenix long enough that almost all of you, at least half of you, are South Side White Sox fans. Don't say you're not. Oh, no, me. No, yes, you are. In 1919, a real gangster from New York that historically lived, named Arnold Rothstein, fixed the World Series by bribing the Chicago White Sox to forfeit games on purpose to lose. Say it ain't so, Joe, Shoeless Joe Jackson. The White Sox cheated, and they were caught in a major scandal, lost the World Series title, and were called the 1919 Black Sox, which is why I'm a Cubs fan. Cubs never cheated. I don't even want to look at the comments now, because the White Sox fans are like this. No. He cheated. And for the record, my mother, they all grew up in Evergreen Park. They're the biggest White Sox fans you ever met in your whole life. They're nuts. My uncle, my cousin, he attends every White Sox game since he was like 9. I don't even want to see the comments. Okay, Brandon, let's not start a fight. No suck. Brandon, don't make me tell your big sister. I wonder if he had said anything. Okay, so this is, you got to remember, Gatsby is very much based on real accounts, partially fictionalized. The idea staggered me. I remembered, of course, that the World Series had been fixed in 1919. But if I had thought all of it had happened, I would have thought of it as a thing that merely happened, the end of some inevitable chain. It never occurred to me that one man could start to play with the faith of 50 million people, with the single-mindedness of a burglar blowing a safe. How did he happen to do that? I asked after a minute. He just saw the opportunity. Why isn't he in jail? They can't get him, old sport. He's a smart man. I insisted on paying the check. As the waiter bought my change, I caught sight of Tom Buchanan across the crowded room. Oh, my God, back to Tom. Come along with me for a minute, I said. I've got to say hello to someone. When he saw us, Tom jumped up and took half a dozen steps in our direction. Where you been? He demanded eagerly. Daisy's furious because you haven't called up. This is Mr. Gatsby, Mr. Buchanan. They shook hands briefly, and a strained, unfamiliar look of embarrassment came over Gatsby's face. How have you been anyhow? Demanded Tom of me. How'd you happen to come up this far to eat? I've been having lunch with Mr. Gatsby. I turned toward Mr. Gatsby, but he was no longer there. One October day in 1917, said Jordan Baker that afternoon, sitting up at the very straight on a straight chair in the tea garden at the Plaza Hotel. I was walking along from one place to another, half on the sidewalks and half on the lawns. I was happier on the lawns because I had on my shoes from England with rubber knobs on the soles that bit into the soft ground. I had a new plaid skirt that blew a little in the wind, and whenever this happened, the red, white, and blue banners in front of all the houses stretched out stiff and said tut, 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 tut in a disapproving way. The largest of the banners and the largest of the lawns belonged to Daisy Faye's house. That's Daisy Gatsby's maiden name. She was just 18, 2 years older than me, and by far the most popular of all the young girls in Louisville. She dressed in white and had a little white roadster, and all day long the telephone rang in her house, and excited young officers from Camp Taylor demanded the privilege of monopolizing her that night, anyways, for an hour. Gatsby disappears. Tom's across the restaurant having his lunch. And then remember, Nick had already made an appointment with Jordan. So we're kind of just skipping around. You know, we're changing scenes. And then Jordan, you know, Nick saying, hey, I just saw Gatsby. And she's like, oh, my God, let me tell you some stories, kid. And then she goes into, well, whatever. Jordan is catching Nick up to speed about Daisy. And Daisy's, I want you to get this because you need to get this. This is going to be very important later. Remember, notes. Daisy Faye, soon to be Daisy Buchanan, is 18 years old. She's living in Louisville, Kentucky, on a military base. We're going to find out soon she was a Red Cross nurse. She's beautiful. I believe beauty is skin deep, and I'd rather be beautiful on the inside, but I get it. She's good looking, and every man wants to date her. That's important. When I came opposite her house that morning, her white roadster was beside the curb, and she was sitting in it with a lieutenant I had never seen before. We're in Louisville, Kentucky, 1918. And an 18-year-old Daisy is sitting in a car with a lieutenant in the Army. They were so engrossed in each other that she hadn't seen me until I was 5 feet away. Mr. Edwards, yes. Wait a minute. 1918, flashback scene. Daisy Faye, who every man wants to date, who's on a military base, Fort Taylor. She's in a car, an open convertible, with a lieutenant in the Army, presumably on a date. Wait, didn't we just get a backstory from Gatsby? Didn't he claim to be a lieutenant in the Army, and then he did all this heroic action in the Argonne Force, and now he's a major? Mr. Edwards, could this lieutenant be... Oh, you tell me. Come, I always have to have the answers. Hello, Jordan, she called unexpectedly. Please come here. I was flattered that she wanted to speak to me. Because of all the older girls, I admired her the most. She asked me if I was going to the Red Cross and make bandages. I told you she was with the Red Cross. I was, would I tell them that she couldn't come that day? The officer looked at Daisy while he was speaking in a way that every young girl wants to be looked at sometime, and because it seemed romantic to me. I have remembered the incident ever since. His name was Jay Gatsby, and I hadn't laid eyes on him for over 4 years. Even after I'd met him on Long Island, I didn't realize it was the same man. Get your notes out with respect. This is the most important new scene of the novel to set up the rest of the novel. Because now we have a love story. Mr. Edwards, is The Great Gatsby a love story? Yes. Is it a tragedy? Yes. Is it a comedy? Yes. Here's the backstory, and I think it's wonderful. I said earlier, and I tried to make a point of it a few days ago, Gatsby is between 30 and 32 years old. Nick's not sure. I guess I got to do the math now. In 1922, Gatsby is either 30 or 32. 31, 32. Gatsby, as a lieutenant, dated and loved Daisy in 1918. So Gatsby would have been approximately 28 and Daisy was 18. Gatsby is at least 10 years older. So because you don't have the books and you're not highlighting, again, I'm going to give you some backstory so the story makes more sense, especially as a romance. Here's the truth. Knowing that Gatsby does quite a bit of lying, here's the truth. Gatsby, Jay Gatsby, was a lieutenant stationed at Fort Taylor in Kentucky. Daisy Faye was an 18-year-old Red Cross nurse. World War I was going on. Gatsby, Lieutenant Gatsby, was being shipped off to France to fight the Germans in the Argonne forests. Daisy is staying behind in the military base to wrap up the wounded veterans who come back from the war. They have a wild, torrid affair, a love affair. But they get separated because of the war. And they have completely lost touch. You could say, reasonably, Daisy could assume that Gatsby got killed in the forests of the war, and Gatsby will never find his nurse again. They lost touch, never to see each other again. And twice in today's reading, Gatsby says, I'm trying to forget something. I'm trying to forget something that I've lost. It's Daisy. Mr. Edwards, are you actually telling us that by complete coincidence, like a roll of the dice or a lottery ticket, Gatsby rents a house in 1922 on West Egg, and Daisy, who married Tom, rent a house on East Egg? Across a bay, they are neighbors, and they find each other by sheer coincidence and accident? Yes, I am. Mr. Edwards, don't the romantic poets of England call that fate or destiny? Yes, they do. I was flattered that she wanted to speak to me because of all the older girls, I admired her the most. Oh, we read this. That was 1917. By the next year, I had a few bowl myself and began to play in tournaments. This is Jordan talking, so I didn't see Daisy very often. She went with a slightly older crowd, when she went with anyone at all. Wild rumors were circulating about her, how her mother had found her packing her bag one winter night to go to New York and say goodbye to a soldier who was going overseas. That's Gatsby. She was effectively prevented, but she wasn't on speaking terms with her family for several weeks. After that, she didn't play around with the soldiers anymore, but only a few flat-footed, short-sighted young men in town who couldn't get into the army at all. Through circumstance, her parents interceding, Daisy lost touch with Gatsby, and now Gatsby's an ocean away, fighting a war. By the next autumn, she was gay again, gay as ever. She had a debut at the Armistice. That's the last day of the war. Armistice Day is when World War I ended. And in February, she was presumably engaged to a man from New Orleans. In June, she married Tom Buchanan of Chicago. Shout out to Chicago. With more pomp and circumstance than Louisville ever knew. He came down with 100 people in 4 private cars and hired a whole floor of the Seelbach Hotel. I've stayed at the Seelbach Hotel. It's wonderful. And the day before the wedding, he gave her a string of pearls valued at $350,000. I was a bridesmaid. I came into her room half an hour before the bridal dinner and found her lying on her bed as lovely as the June night in her flowered dress and as drunk as a monkey. She had a bottle of Sauternes in one hand and a letter in the other. "Gratulate me," she muttered. "Never had a drink before, but oh, how do I enjoy it. What's the matter, Daisy?" I was scared. I can't tell you. I never see a girl like that. I was scared. I can't tell you. I never seen a girl like that before. Here, dearest. She groped around in a wastepaper basket she had taken on her bed and pulled out the string of pearls. Take them downstairs and give them back to whoever they belong to. Tell them all Daisy's changed her mind. Say Daisy's changed her mind. She began to cry. She cried and cried. I rushed out and found her mother's maid, and we locked the door and got her into a cold bath. She wouldn't let go of the letter. It's the letter that Gatsby wrote her. Sorry, I'm going to war. I love you. See you never again. She took it into the tub with her and squeezed it up into a wet ball and only let me leave it in a soap dish when she saw that it was coming to pieces like snow. But she didn't say another word. We gave her spirits of ammonia and put ice on her forehead and hooked her back into her dress, and half an hour later we walked her out in a room with the pearls were around her neck and the incident was over. Next day at 5 o'clock she married Tom Buchanan without so much as a shiver and started off on a 3-month trip to the South Seas. I saw them in Santa Barbara when they came back, and I thought I'd never seen a girl so mad about her husband. If he left the room for a minute, she'd look around uneasily and say, "Where's Tom gone?" and wear the most abstracted expression until she saw him coming in the door. She used to sit on the sand with his head in her lap by the hour, rubbing her fingers over his eyes and looking at him with unfathomable delight. It was touching to see them together. It made you laugh in a hushed, fascinated way. That was in August. A week after I left Santa Barbara, Tom ran into a wagon on the Ventura Road one night and ripped the front wheel off his car. The girl who was with him got into the papers too because her arm was broken. She was one of the chambermaids in the Santa Barbara Hotel. Are you getting this? The night before Daisy's marriage to Tom, she gets wasted. She's got Gatsby's farewell letter, a love letter. They throw her in a cold tub to sober her up, and she uses the leather as a sponge, and the letter just disintegrates. The next day, she accepts what she believes to be her fate. Her true love is lost forever. She's going to marry the second true love, if she loved Tom at all. There's evidence that there was some love there. We'll talk about that more complicated later chapters. But she settles for the second choice. I can't love or marry the man that I truly love, so I settle for the rich millionaire who puts $350,000 of pearls around my neck. Then they go on a South Sea honeymoon, Hawaii. And they come back from Hawaii to California. Santa Barbara's in Northern California. They see Jordan, who's touring on the club circuit for the golf. And 3 months after they're married, Tom gets in a car accident with another woman late at night. He's already having affairs on his wife. He's already cheating. Not even 3 months into the marriage, he's cheating on his wife.
Can we have a moment to say how quickly things went from 0 to 100 in this single chapter?
Yeah, okay, let me look at the comments and see if I'm missing anything. The reason does anybody, I can tell you why that happened, but why do you think that happened? Did you remember I said we had a very quick narrative shift after Gatsby leaves? And do you know any of the literary techniques that Fitzgerald is employing? What just happened is the question. Why has so much changed so rapidly? Can you answer? Who asked that question?
Me, Peter.
Peter, why don't you try to answer it? Tell your question again. I understand it, and then try to answer, because you're on to something profound.
I'm drawing a blank. Give me a moment.
Yes, a lot. Oh my God, a lot just happened in an incredibly short period of time. Jordan forces the novel to go from straight present day recollection of a long summer with rich people to a flashback. Jordan. Okay, let me piece it together, Peter, and tell me if this helps. Because, hey, you're right. We have a radical shift in narration. And this is the first time in theory that we have a major flashback to an early story. I'm going to set it up again. I don't know if I communicated it by first attempt. Nick and Jordan throughout chapter 1 through 4 have this sort of flirtatious relationship. They kind of like each other, but they haven't hooked up. They're not actually dating, but they like each other. After partying all night at Gatsby's, the next day, Nick invites Jordan to lunch. They're trying to figure out if there's some chemistry here. Gatsby intrudes on Nick. Gatsby's car pulls up in front of Nick's unannounced. Gatsby gets out and says, "Hey, you're coming with me." What? I need a favor. I got, come on, let's go. I'm Gatsby. They go to a restaurant in New York. They meet this gangster. Then, by coincidence, Tom Buchanan happens to be having lunch at this restaurant. They're very wealthy people. They're having lunch at like 21 Club. Wherever it is, it's a popular spot for rich people. They all go there. Now you know. See, you're going to know now, Peter. The rest of you. When Nick innocently introduces Gatsby to Tom to Gatsby, what happens? Gatsby disappears. Because now we know Gatsby can't stand Tom because Tom's married to the woman he loves. So Gatsby ducks out. I don't like this guy. So then Nick says, "Hey, nice to see you, Tom. I got to go meet Jordan." Then he goes to his original appointment that's been interrupted all morning. And he's having tea with Jordan or whatever they're consuming. And Jordan's, who's been to Gatsby's party the night before, she says completely independently, she says, "I just can't place this guy. He looks, oh my God, it's that guy. That guy who threw that party last night. He used to date Daisy." And then the whole backstory of the love between the two, and Gatsby being the lieutenant shipped off to battle. Peter, does that help?
Definitely.
I'm going to say one thing. And I know it would be different if we were in the classroom. If you eat, and I know I could have signed this as an independent read, but you have to understand something. Just in case you disagree, I want something studied so thoroughly by all of us in the same moment that we have something to build on. I don't want to assign Gatsby every night and then give you some quiz, because the people that can't or won't read, or the people that don't get it, then I'm going to be talking to three people. We don't have anything to build on. The fact that we read Gatsby as a group, and all of the terms and literature and analysis and point of view and judgments and literature and right, now we can build upon that. So I'm going methodical on purpose. I'm building a foundation not for today. Oh, see, this is what you don't know. I'm going to be your teacher up to the 2 classes till senior year. I'm going to be your 11th grade teacher in Lang, and I'll probably be your 12th grade teacher in Lit if everything works out. And I'm going to be able to say in 2 years from now, when we're reading some obscure play by some European writer and you're like lost, I'll say, you know what? He's like Nick. He's not, or you know what? Remember Gatsby? Oh, yeah, I get it now, Mr. Edwards. I am building a foundation for the people that can hear my voice because I am expecting, perhaps even demanding, that we are going to be studying literature for 1,000 days. Back to Gatsby. So Tom has this affair with this girl on Daisy, and when they're vacationing, Tom gets drunk, crashes the car. The girl breaks her arm. The next April, so we're April 1919. The next April, Daisy had her little girl. I don't know if they ever tell her what her name is. And then they went to France for a year. I saw them one spring in Cannes and later in Deauville, and then they came back to Chicago. Shout out to Chicago to settle down. Daisy was popular in Chicago, as you know. They moved with a fast crowd, all of them young and rich and wild. But she came out with an absolutely perfect reputation, perhaps because she doesn't drink. It's a great advantage not to drink among hard-drinking people. You can hold your tongue, and moreover, you can time any little irregularity of your own so that everybody else is so blind they don't see or care. Perhaps Daisy never went in for amour at all, and there's something in there, and there's something in that voice of hers. Well, about 6 weeks ago, so we're back to real time now. Now we're back to 1922. Well, about 6 weeks ago, she heard the name Gatsby for the first time in years. It was when I asked you, do you remember if you knew Gatsby in West Egg? After you had gone home, she came into my room and woke me up and said, "What Gatsby?" And when I described him, I was half asleep. She said in the strangest voice that it must be the man she used to know. It wasn't until then that I connected this Gatsby with the officer in her white car. When Jordan Baker had finished telling all this, we had left the plaza for half an hour and were driving in a Victoria through Central Park. That's a Victoria cab, the horse-drawn carriage. The sun had gone down behind the tall apartments of the movie stars in the West 50s, and the clear voices of girls, already gathered like crickets on the grass, rose through the hot twilight. I'm the Sheik of Araby. Your love belongs to me. At night when you are asleep, into your tent I'll creep. It was a strange coincidence. Listen, hey, yo, Mr. Edwards here. How many times did I say this is all coincidental? Whoa, 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 whoa. Guess we're going to 12:15 today. This is your opportunity. First of all, I'm going to blow your mind later, but maybe not today. When I tell you that F. Scott Fitzgerald based Gatsby on a medieval poem, you're going to be blown away. This is your opportunity. You're not jaded in love. I'm not allowing that. You are hoping to find love. Maybe you have somebody you love right now. But here's the point. Nick and Jordan are saying coincidence brought Daisy and Gatsby back together after they lost each other, quote, forever. But I said that's not what the romantic poets call it. They call it destiny, fate. Mr. Edwards, will I have destiny? You know, if I told you how I met Mrs. Edwards, A, you would never stop laughing. B, you would understand destiny. Now, knowing that we have to finish this chapter no matter what, and a few people said they had to leave at noon, knowing that we still have almost 40 solid minutes till noon, without being in your face, do you want to hear a story of destiny about how I married Mrs. Edwards in an extremely appropriate context? Because it's about the destiny, not the physical relationship. Okay. It was my very first week of teaching. I was a first-year teacher at Austin Community Academy, Austin Tigers, on the far west side, Chicago Public Schools. It was a Friday in September because it was the first week of school. It was 17 years ago to the day, September. I had prepared 2 years in graduate school at Loyola to get my master's in certification in education. I had substitute taught for 3 years. I thought I was ready for a group of teenagers. My first week of school, I thought I got hit by a cement truck. I'd never been more exhausted, depressed, kids running all over, tough kids, a lot of tough, just a lot of oppression, just a really tough environment to work in, a lot of tragedy, a lot of gang activity. I'm not going to get into all that. I was wiped out. I came home. I was so poor then because I spent all my money in graduate school that I gave up my apartment in Lakeview. I moved into my brother Bernie's house. My brother let me in. I gave him $200 a month to pay the bills. I was living in my brother's house, and I had just finished my first week of teaching, so 5 days. I drove from 451 North Pine back to Belmont Avenue, 4 p.m. on a Friday, in my teacher clothes. I was too tired to take off my shoes. I crashed on my bed. I was exhausted. What have I got myself into? I can't do this. You know how much energy it takes to be a teacher? And back then, there were no cell phones, right? I had an answering machine and a landline. So I'm crashed. It's like 5, 6 o'clock now. Still daylight. I get all these beeps on my answering machine, but I'm too tired. I don't hear the beeps. I don't acknowledge the beeps. I'm crashed. Now I wake up, you know, when you fall asleep because of exhaustion or depression in your clothes with your shoes on. You wake up, you're all dehydrated, and you're like, oh, you're like, ugh. Now it's like 7:30, 8 o'clock at night. It's pitch black. I open up a completely empty refrigerator. I hadn't got my first paycheck. I'm starving. My brother's out. My brother's 10 years older than me. He's out doing whatever. I didn't see him that day. Probably with his wife. Well, he was married at the time, so he's probably with his wife. And then it occurred to me, like an epiphany, that one of my best friends was throwing a party. All invited, like Gatsby. Oh my God, he was just like Gatsby. We called him Big Blue. And I knew one thing: Blue had food, Blue had beverage. Blue would feed me. So I put on some change of clothes. I was driving a pickup truck from when I was in my old life as a construction worker. I drove over to North Avenue to this huge loft, 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 square foot loft with 20-foot ceilings and people partying everywhere. Oh my God, it's like Gatsby. I'm fucking Gatsby. That was a mistake. I go to this party and see my friend Sal and my friend Pojo. Bobko. They call me Bobko. Where you been? I'm like, I had to work. You were, oh my God, public school. Nightmare. Let's party. And then this young woman comes up to me, this redhead. And she starts talking to me. Oh, how are you doing? And oh yeah, how was your day? And I'm Penelope, and it's nice to meet you. And I'm like, who are you? I'm not a rude person per se, but I went there to party with my boys and to eat my content and have huge Italian beef sandwiches. And I'm like, okay, nice to meet you. And I walk away. And I'm hungry. I'm irritable. I'm trying to catch up. I'm out of context. Little while later, she catches me at another party, huge party. It's 4,000 people there. Live band. They like 4 live bands. Come on, people. She comes up to me, and that's like 10 o'clock at night. And she says, well, if you're not going to talk to me, I'm going to go home. And I say, what are you talking about? And then my friend Sal the bookie, he goes, Bobko, didn't you get my message? Remember at the very beginning of the story, I said my phone was beeping off the hook on the answering machine, but I never checked it? That was Sal saying, I have a blind date for you. I got this cute redhead named Penelope, and she's single. I told him that you're going to come to the party. You got to get over here right quick. I'm dating her friend. We're all going to hook up and date and have a great time. I never heard the message. So then when Sal told me that, of course, my face turned beet red. I felt like a you-know-what blank blank hole. I felt, oh my God, I'm on a date. So I went to her. It's like 11:30 at night now. Mr. Bias, can I call you back? I'm in class with our sophomores.
Hi, Mr. Edwards. I'm trying to join your class.
Oh, I'm on Google Meet now. You have to go to, it's PMA Honors, all small case in the link.
Okay, let me do this. Let me go to Google.
Go to Google Meet. It's the first link. And type in all small case letters, PMA HONORS, PMA Honors.
Hello?
Hello?
Hey. Hey, okay, Sir Edwards, it's Miss Johnson. It's Miss Jones. We're all on this conference call. All right. Oh. Miss Jones, I'm joining PMA Honors. I just went into ECS, and I went into Baeza. Oh, Baeza's class is amazing.
Awesome. All right, can I hang up now?
No, yeah, but we're going to join your class, and can we speak to them for like 30 seconds?
As soon as I wrap up what I'm doing now, I need about 30 seconds, and then I'll introduce you. Okay. Bye. So long story short, I said to Penelope, let me make it up to you. I didn't mean to be insensitive and rude. So we ended up going to another place to get some privacy. And that was the last time I ever dated another woman. And we've been married on 15 years solid. Destiny, just like Gatsby and Daisy. Have I made my point? All right, looks like we have some guests here, and we still have nobody, unless you emailed me and said you had to go for appointments, we still need to finish this chapter. So I do believe if they can hear my voice, let me go here to people. Okay, who's on the line? Miss Johnson, Mr. Bias, are you there?
Yes, it's Mr. Baez. Hey guys, how are you?
Somebody say hello to Mrs. Tobias.
Hi, Miss Tobias.
Hi.
Mr. Edwards, a lot of the babies you got. They were my babies just a few weeks ago. I'm extremely proud of them, and
That's
we are
right. They were right.
anxiously awaiting AP Psych scores.
Yeah.
Thank you guys for being present in class. Ms. Jones and I, we just want to check in with you guys to make sure you're doing all right. We are here to support you. Tomorrow you're going to be getting a survey, and basically it's how are you doing? That type of survey, okay? And
Yeah, right. I saw that.
how can we be better? How can we serve you better? And then in about 2 weeks, we're gonna do another survey, and then at the end, the same thing. And you know that we support you. You know that we care about you. I'm also gonna be teaming up with Mr. Edwards next week, probably for a little bit of time to work on the writing, your
Right.
MBA, and I'm so excited about that. And then just realize that you can reach out to us in real time through email, um, whatever it is that you need, anything going on, or even just to say, hey, how you doing? Does anyone have any questions?
Anybody have any questions?
No, ma'am.
Let me
Okay.
look at the chat box.
Let me see. We are also looking at incentives. So if you guys have any idea of what you think you might like, and like I said, I already told Ms. Johnson and Ms. Jones the promise I made to AP Psych that as soon as we're together, I will figure out a way to celebrate you guys for your hard work. Okay. All right. So, Mr. Edwards, I'm
Yes,
gonna let
ma'am.
you go. Find work. Great. If you need any other support, you let me know. We're working on those other things that we talked about yesterday in our meeting over the phone. Okay.
Right.
So
Yes.
we'll follow up with you later today. Okay.
Okay, we'll be here.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, class.
You got it. All right, that's Mrs. Tobias checking in. All right, back to Gatsby. I think, even though we were interrupted, but Mrs. Tobias is sort of our mother. I think you see the point of my story. I did not meet my wife by invitation or by accepting an invitation or by bumping into her in a formal way. I met her through pure luck, destiny. Because I never would have gone to that party unless I opened up that refrigerator door and saw it completely empty and say to myself, where can I eat for free because I have no money? Just like Gatsby, I was poor. And now I am rich in spirit. See, this is what Jordan and Nick call it. Strange coincidence. No, it wasn't a coincidence at all. Well, then what was it? Gatsby bought that house so that Daisy would be just across the bay. Then it had not been merely the stars to which he had aspired on that June night. He came alive to me, delivered suddenly from the womb of his purposeless splendor. He wants to know, continued Jordan, if you'll invite Daisy to your house some afternoon and let him come over. The modesty of the demand shook me. He waited 5 years and bought a mansion where he dispensed starlight to casual moths so that he could come over some afternoon to a stranger's garden. Did I have to know all this before he could ask such a little thing? He's afraid. He waited so long. He thought you might be offended. You see, he's a regular tough underneath it all. Something worried me. Now pay attention, because now you want to get in depth. Now you want to study every line like it was Shakespearean poetry. Fine. Hey. Jordan says it's not coincidence. Ever since Gatsby lost Daisy, he vowed for 5 years to find her again. he searched for her. And when he found her, married to a millionaire, he bought a mansion. This is what is a little bit quirky. In a certain point of view, it's a little bit weird. But he buys a house across the bay, right? A little plot of lake, so he could be close to Daisy, even though she's married. So what is actually happening is Gatsby is plotting to be near Daisy by any means necessary. And here's what I'm going to set up. Gatsby is now asking Nick. Nick is Daisy's cousin. Gatsby wants Nick to invite Daisy to tea at Nick's house. Oh, of course she'll accept. She loves Nick. They're cousins. And then, get this, Jay Gatsby, brilliant romantic. Then Gatsby's plan, if you can believe this, Gatsby's plan is to knock on the door and act, oh, hi, Daisy. You're going to laugh your you-know-what off when you see how Gatsby's... I think he half expected her to wander into one of his parties. That's the key. This explains everything. This is probably one of the 10 most important lines in the whole novel. I think he half expected her, Daisy, to wander into one of his parties. You've been reading Gatsby for almost a week. You know the following. He throws parties for thousands of people to come. They vandalize and wreck his house. He doesn't drink. He's nowhere to be seen. Why does he throw these ridiculous parties? Because he's hoping that Daisy will show up because the parties are so great. But she never does. He spends... Okay, let's review. I didn't know you wanted to be scholars. I mean, I would have put on a tuxedo and top hat in my velvet crush cape if I thought we were gonna. I didn't. Now I know. If you really think about it, this is the kind of stuff you're gonna write essays on. This is the stuff of the A+ essays in college. Gatsby's motive to throw parties. You got a full pit orchestra. You got 14 golden baked turkeys. You got pastry puff pigs. You got jazz ensembles. You've got banjo players. They have a scene that's coming up where they wash each other's hair in champagne. The champagne glasses are so big, they're bigger than the fishbowl. Woman snags her dress. Gatsby goes out and buys her a new one for $1,250. The man is spending $10,000 a night for 90 days throwing parties for people he doesn't know who take advantage of him, who destroy his personal possessions and steal from him and are ungrateful in the hope that Daisy will show up just once. If that's not love, then maybe I don't know what love is. I think he half expected her to wander into one of his parties, but she never did. Then he began asking people casually if they knew her, and I was the first one he found. It was the night he sent for me at his dance, and you should have heard the elaborate way he worked up to it. Of course, I immediately suggested a luncheon in New York, and I thought he'd go mad. I don't want to do anything out of the way, he kept saying. I want to see her right next door. When I said you were a particular friend of Tom's, he started to abandon the whole idea. He doesn't know very much about Tom, though he says he read a Chicago paper for years, just on the chance of catching a glimpse of Daisy's name. I know we're getting methodical, but that's why it's called Honors. Gatsby is so desperate to see Daisy that because she's a socialite. Her name is in the paper a lot. You know, the Buchanans show up at the... He just to see her name in print gets him his heart pulsing. I got so many things open. It was dark now, and as we dipped under a little bridge, I put my arm around Jordan's golden shoulder and drew her toward me and asked her to dinner. Suddenly, I wasn't thinking of Daisy and Gatsby anymore, but of this clean, hard, limited person who dealt in universal skepticism and who leaned back jauntily just within the circle of my arm. A phrase began to beat in my ears in a sort of heady excitement. There are only the pursued, the pursuing, the busy, and the tired. And Daisy ought to have something in her life, murmured Jordan to me. Does she want to see Gatsby? That's the question. Does she love him? She's not to know about it. Gatsby doesn't want her to know. You're just supposed to invite her to tea. We passed a barrier of dark trees and then the facade of 59th Street, a block of delicate pale light, beamed down into the park. Unlike Gatsby and Tom Buchanan, I had no girl whose disembodied face floated among the dark cornices and blinding signs, and so I drew up the girl beside me, tightening my arms. Her wan, scornful mouth smiled, and so I drew her up again, closer this time to my face. Chapter 5. You got to remember, Nick ends the chapter with him holding Jordan. You know, I got a love life too. It can't all be about Daisy and Gatsby and their all-consuming love. All right, let's review. I should take better attendance. I know we lost a few people. I want at least 5, no more than 5 volunteers. It doesn't have to be perfect to start talking to us for our Friday Black Lives Matter curriculum. What you're reading, where you're at in it, what its context is, and what its relationship is to the Black Lives Matter. So just give me one volunteer to start. I don't like pulling teeth. Teachers don't like to call kids out, but I will if I have to. Who's been reading? Who's got some Black Lives Matter insight for tomorrow's show and tell? Don't make me go alphabetical by last name first.
No one? Guess I could go.
Peter, you go first. Here's what I want. And I said this yesterday, so it's not really, I'm not taxing you. We have to discuss the Black Lives Matter curriculum because it's happening now. So here's what I want, Peter. Do you want to present your what is your reading?
The LA riots of 1992.
Okay, that's it. We're done. We'll do that tomorrow.
Okay.
And you tell me what you know, and then I'll get back onto it. Here's what I want you to remember. I want you to remember this forever. Wait, it looks like, yeah, Brandon, you missed that. We'll catch you up. I stood once in my life at the corner in LA where the riots began. In the streets, it was an intersection called Florence and Normandy. Florence Street and Normandy Street, where they started rioting because I don't want to say anymore because Peter's going to tell us tomorrow, but the reason that the LA riots of the 90s, again, I'm not going to say much more, are personally important to me is that my older brother, one of my brothers, who's a college professor, he teaches at University of California, Irvine. He was teaching at USC, University of Southern California, during that time, and he was living in a part of town where the riots were going through. And he had like a 1-year-old baby, my niece, and a newlywed wife. and we were afraid that he would get injured. And he used to tell us the stories of the police helicopters and snipers on the roof and the looters. And it was scary because my brother was trapped in it, and he just barricaded himself in his apartment. And then when I went out and visited him, I got my bachelor's in California. I got my first degree in California. I lived in California for many years, but that's a different story. A few years after the riots, I wanted to see for myself. So he brought me down to where the riot started in the intersection. It's very famous. It's been popular. You see it in a lot of hip hop literature and a lot of hip hop culture. Florence and Normandy. And I stood there and I looked around, and you could see the oppression, and you could just feel the injustice, if that's fair to say. And it's one of those moments where I felt that I was standing on history. So, Peter, I'm going to pencil in an A for you right now, because you're talking about something that hit my family personally. Because I had a loved one, including a niece, who were trapped in LA during the riots. They couldn't get out of their apartment, or they wouldn't want to. All right, so we're going to wrap it up soon. Are there any questions? I will review what's due. Brandon Skinner, you need to go to Google Classroom and look at the assignment CPS Virtual Library and follow the instructions. If you have questions tomorrow, I'll walk it through you. I'll walk it with you. You just go, it's called CPS Virtual Library, and it shows you how to get there. Yes, Andrew, I did forget chapter 3. I'll post chapter 4. I saw something. Was that Juan Carlos? Let me go to chat. Wait, whoa. Let me get this. Let me get all the chats right. I don't know what does Gatsby is simp confirmed, Peter, mean?
Oh, it's just an internet joke that I put on because Gatsby. If we're going to go with what's going on, Gatsby spent what $900,000 just to see, in hopes of seeing Daisy. So that's
You're
all.
not wrong. He is a simp.
Yeah.
Gatsby spends a cool $1 million in the hopes that one girl come to his party.
Yes.
It was over like $1 million.
You're a Fred simp.
Memes are the greatest in history.
Nick is anti-simp gang.
So here's what I'm going to do. It seems like some people need some instruction, so pay attention. If you want to reread any part of Gatsby, I'm using a free ebook that is obviously very easy to read. So I'll show you how to get to it. You just Google Great Gatsby. Then you scroll down, and it depends on your device if it's on page 1, page 2. But on my laptop, it's on page 2. You scroll until you see the Great Gatsby Planet ebook. That's Planet Publishing Company and the Gatsby ebook. And there it is. It's a free public domain ebook of Gatsby. So you can go back and read chapter 2, 3. Come on, man. You could read the whole thing. You know what? You could read ahead. You'd ruin the story for class discussion, but whatever. Now, on CPS Classroom, my bad, Google Classroom, my bad, the CPS Virtual Library. Here's what everybody's doing. You go to CPS Virtual Library on Google. I don't know what that is. I don't want to see Corona. What am I? I'm not happy with what I just saw. I don't need to be reminded of COVID right now. I'm not sure what's going on there. Wait, stop. And I should have posted the link on Google Classroom. I didn't think of it. CPS. Oh, it came up CPS virtual learning. My eyes aren't that as good. You go to CPS virtual library, and yes, I could have posted the link on Google Classroom. I didn't think about it till now. CPS virtual library. Then you scroll down to high school because there's a grade school and high school. You don't want little kid books unless you're reading to your kid's sister. Virtual high school. Now, of course, you can read anything on this database because it's approved by CPS. Then you go to reading about race relations, which is what I'm on. Then you scroll left or right. These are all ebooks. There's Malcolm X. There's the LA riots that Peter's talking about. You pick one book and you read it to present it as a book report between now and July 27th. If you need an extension, I will grant you one. But you're doing an independent read because Gatsby is a class read and you need to meet me in the middle. If it's here, you can read it because it's appropriate. And there's good stuff here. Now, another thing I was going to show you, if you listen, we're going to go to noon today, okay? Don't hang up. Even though The Great Gatsby is not on the CPS virtual library, which I think is a huge mistake, they have a nice little Gatsby curriculum that I've read here. And I was going to do this later, or you can do it on your own. I got to sign in. See, it won't let me go until you log in using your username and password. Now, Mr. Edwards, as a teacher, has 5 passwords to get in because my stuff is protected. So unfortunately for me, it takes me longer to log in. I'm working too fast. Instead of being patient, sorry about that. I always make this mistake. So now I'm in as Robert Edwards. You log in using your CPS username and password. This is free access for you. This is a wonderful curriculum on F. Scott Fitzgerald, our author. How to analyze Fitzgerald, literary meanings of The Great Gatsby, critical thinking about Gatsby. This is going to be homework for your final exam. I actually lifted it. I don't know, because it's an approved curriculum. I actually lifted these questions for my lesson plan. These will be your exit questions for the final, paragraph answer. Let's look at one now. The thesis asserts that, so you can't, my bad, abort, because it assumes you read the whole novel, and I don't want you to be cheated. And then it has some of my bad. There's F. Scott Fitzgerald. That's your author. He died of severe alcoholism. He died. He and his wife, Zelda, they killed themselves with booze. And another thing there's his wife, Zelda. Look at her. Isn't she pretty? And these are the history of, there's F. Scott Fitzgerald and his wife. And there he is again. etc. Etc. There he is with their little baby. Look at him, the happy couple. Now, he wrote many screenplays for Hollywood too. Lots of old movies were based on his writings. It's hard to explain F. Scott Fitzgerald. Born wealthy, went to Princeton, life of luxury, spoiled. He was acknowledged as a great writer when he was like 20, and he was published a lot, and he was published in magazines, and he wrote The Great Gatsby in 1925. The story takes place in 1922. And he had so much money that he was what you call an expatriate. An expatriate see the word patriot, like we're patriots to America? An expatriate is a person that leaves their home country to go live in another country. Pretty much denounce your American citizenship. He moved to hotel penthouses in Paris. And he was living in penthouses overlooking Paris, drinking himself to death every night. And he wrote many novels. Gatsby's his most famous. And I know what you're saying. You're saying earlier you were talking about Edgar Allan Poe, Mr. Edwards, and how his life was tortured and how it is hard. The fame, the fortune, the temptation. Which is why I made such an important point to you all week. The people that we are mostly observing, Tom, Daisy, Jordan, the party goers, Lucille, they're reckless. They have cheap morals. Life is cheap. They pay somebody to pick up after their mess. And now you are seeing the consequences of that society. I'm not going to ruin the novel for you, but I'm going to give you something for future reading. Nick is already starting to get a little bit frustrated. He's a little bit frustrated that Gatsby impedes on his plans and forces him to go to a restaurant to meet a gangster. Gatsby's whole motive is he wants Nick to set up a tea party so Gatsby can secretly see Daisy. Nick ends chapter 4. I gotta love life too. He says, I can't be all Daisy and Gatsby. Trust me, by the time we get to chapter 7, Nick's gonna be like, why am I even hanging out with these people? You disgust me. I think there's a part, I don't have the whole novel memorized, but I think there's a part coming up. He's going, you're disgusting. Grow up. Life isn't an endless party. Why don't you go ask your future teacher, Miss Fernandez, who just had a baby boy turn 1, and ask her if her life is an endless party of taking care of a toddler. There's a lot of work there too, a lot of responsibility. But not this group. I just whip it up. Worry about it later. You got to start somewhere. You have to start your investigation into your own moral fiber sometime. You can't do it when you're 11. You can't start when you're 30. You got to start now. You start when you're 15. Do you want to be Nick, Tom, Jordan, Gatsby, Lucille? Who do you want to be? You want to hang out with these people? See my point? Okay, yeah, that's right. Edgar Allan Poe and Scott Fitzgerald, two sides of a coin. Andrew, yes, technically Daisy does not know Gatsby's alive. She has no reason to believe he's alive. There's an interesting theory there. Alexandra, Gatsby is secretly obsessed. That's not love. If you recall, I said some of his strategies are weird, and I'm a little bit like, because this is what's gonna tomorrow when we read chapter 5. Gatsby is going to do some really stupid things because of love. Part of his strategy is to surprise Daisy. She's going, okay, I think we're going to end it 1 minute at noon. But I want to honor what Alexandra said. Gatsby's strategy is to meet Daisy under false pretense. She thinks she's going to meet Nick, the cousin, for a friendly catch-up and cup of tea. And then Gatsby's going to be, oh, I was invited too. Oh, you're here too? Oh, I remember you. Oh, we used to be in love. I'm kind of with Alexandra on this one. That's not how you should do it. That's a little risky for me. Wasn't Daisy surprised when Nick mentions Gatsby? Yes, surprised as in stirring her memory. Gatsby? What Gatsby? It's going to get a lot more complicated. I actually read. I'm the teacher. I can't just wing it. I read. Where I'm at personally in my reading is I'm on chapter 8. I'm many chapters ahead of you. Yesterday I read chapter 8 by myself. Took me just over an hour. And it's a longer chapter. We have to make a note of that. No, my bad. I read chapter 7 yesterday. That's right. I'm 2 chapters ahead of class reading. And I read chapter 7 yesterday. It took me about an hour. It is the longest chapter in the book, I think. And there's some stuff coming. And I was like, damn, there is some really, really, really provocative questions about true love coming. And what is love? And how everlasting. It's enough to choke you up. I don't want to ruin much more for you, but you keep this in mind. Daisy's married. See, that's this huge problem. Gatsby is chasing, for the purposes of pure love, a completely married woman. We know Tom cheats, but Tom's the most despicable character in American literature. One of them. Gatsby is going after a married man's wife secretly. He is, you could say this. I always, you know what the Mr. Edwards test is? Could you say this to Dr. Bradshaw at Oxford? Could you say this to the department chair in literature at Harvard? Or would they laugh you out of the school? Could you say, Professor, isn't Gatsby kind of spying on the woman he loves? Isn't that sort of unnatural? Isn't that's sort of like that is a little bit intimidating. I know some of the words we use are creepy, and I know all the teenage words, but he is spying. He is trying. Okay, here's what I originally said. I originally said that Gatsby wants to see Daisy by any means necessary. He just wants to be in the same room as her. Remember I said earlier that he gets excited when he sees her name in the social column of the newspaper and he clips out her name? So I don't know now if it was Alexandra or who it was. They said he's more obsessed than in love. So here's what we have to determine. Is it love? Or is it a corrupted love, i.e., obsession? And one could survive challenges, better or worse, sickness or death or pain or health. What's up the marriage files? I took them a long time ago. For better or worse, for sickness and health, you love each other to the day you die. That's love. Or is it obsession? Hey, get away from me, man. I don't like to be looked at from a distance. I don't like the fact that you invited me under false pretense, and now you're trying to get me to love you all over again after years of separation where I've started my whole life new with a married man who, by the way, is rich. You mean we're going to pause now, but things could get really ugly. Things could explode. I'm going to say this. Somebody could die. This could be a life-threatening situation. That Daisy and Tom got married in the church, I think. Okay, we're down to 24. A few people had to go. Tomorrow, 9:30, Peter will present LA Riots, Chapter 5 of Gatsby. So Chapter 5 is, I will give you this so you come back tomorrow. Chapter 5 will be Tom, my bad. Chapter 5 will be Gatsby and Daisy meeting face to face for the first time in 5 years at Nick's tea party. Guaranteed. That plus, here's what we're going to do. We got to get organized. Tomorrow we'll take stanzas 3 and 4 of The Raven. Peter's 5 to 10 minute to 15-minute discussion of LA Riots, Rodney King. And then Gatsby Chapter 5. And we should be pretty good. That's enough for July. Okay. Let's break for lunch, and you guys do your homework. And yes, I will put Chapter 4 up now. I know I forgot Chapter 3. Okay, I got to run. It's lunchtime in the Edwards home. And we will meet tomorrow at 9:30 for...
He didn't even finish the sentence. Yes, sir.
What happened? Did he just leave? Oh man.
He gone.
He's gone.
He gone.
Everybody be leaving now.
Okay, is this just gonna become a vibe session now?
So we're gonna say what happens next on Dragon Ball Z.
Man, he's so wait 30 seconds.
Everybody's leaving.
I'm vibing.
He said some basically, yeah.
I'm ahead.
I went to the park the other day and basically
I went to the park the other day and then
Then what?
I don't know. Oh, okay.
Jimmy.
Jimmy. Oh, there he is.
There he is. He came back.
Oh, it's still recording.
Yeah, of course. Did you guys not know?
All right. Juan Carlos, what happened?
Okay, so basically, this is what happened.
He basically left. Oh, okay. He went to the park, and basically he left.
Yes. That sounds about right.
Oh yeah, it's all coming together.
Oh, he back now. He go and play
Oh,
us
he's
again.
back. If he's trying to say it, but it always kicks him out if he tries to say it. He's been restricted.
Danganronpa.
Yeah.
I wonder if I can properly hook up a soundboard onto this microphone.
Don't do it.
Yes.
No.
Stay with me for a moment. I'm going to try it.
No, I won't head up if you do. I will put something weird and you will not like it.
Do it. Alright, later, Leon.
Are you sure? Damn it. Peter, are you sure you want me to do it?
Do it.
It is weird.
I bet you won't. Do it.
Oh, bet.
Gotta make you understand. Never gonna give you up. Never gonna let you down. Never gonna run around and desert you. Never gonna make you cry. Never gonna say goodbye. Never gonna tell a lie and hurt you.
Okay, let's see how this is going to work. Oh man, it's not gonna work.
The world is spinning too fast. I'm running to choose to keep myself
man.
together. Till the days I try to lose. My mama said so that
Okay, I
I
know.
steal your own shoes. Stop dancing to the music. I'm the best.
He gone. I better head out.
Oh wait. I'm a head out. Later, y'all.